Hi, morning, Deepak. Good morning. Money, money.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm trying not to. wait a little bit longer.
Is that okay to start, Michael?
Yeah, I can start.
Okay.
Okay, so today to talk a little bit about computer. So just an overview testing, then some oh, some responses, facts, data essential. First session. So there are two basic methodologies of one I would call the pivoting method. The other one are iterative methods. There are two general kinds. Ones that are based on splitting of M and generally described. So since we focus on there is actually that's a solution all the analyze very quickly. Basically, those ideas, certain types, those where they come from, problem, certain some methods many times are tailored. Shouldn't are general. Well, the interesting thing is, this is a very active area. Lots of uh, lots of ideas flow. I looked at MATLAB to see what it does. Was quickly realized all the well, but they do have a LC log optimization box, but also financial that's where many of them come from. And this algebra, part of it, involves a digging around to learn how to use it. I was curious though, what makes um, and if you just do a rudimentary setup, I don't have hand, but the research is when you, but I was able to dig up um, switch sharing, able to dig up actual M file. In just, I mean, not that I'm interested in programming but I wanted to use anything that of interesting. We should they set up all this complicated sounding technology learning active words, termination, we need there's and tolerance, words, and set things so they're very small. So anyhow, it's interesting that it's not widely public toolbox. You look around though, there are other private both in positive ways, but more that implement other methodologies too. Some of them plus some of them learn. I will a very big file, too hard. So they use like and then all embedded in one M file. Um, so I want to talk a little bit about different approach, which, in my opinion, iterative, because it's better tailored, positive, tried the linear. So, so let me very, very quickly remind you the basic setup of iterative methods called linear equation, because the those are essentially so, so iterative methods based on splittings. So let's talk about linear systems just a second, because it kind of like sets up the. So let's suppose we have to solve a MAX. Then we split Now there's direct. Two, but split A, the difference of two matrices, and let's see if we can make M invertible. So then we have M minus N x, of course, implies that M times X, N times. Because M is invertible, means that X is M inverse N, X plus M inverse. And we can set up an iteration. What's the iteration for arbitrary X naught? So X naught, call it X naught. Then we have that X K plus 1 is M in 10 times K, the K fitted, plus M in K equals rho 1. We produce a sequence of vectors. The initial one we had, and we hope that converges, and it does, then it will converge. So if it converges, when converges, let's say X star, then X star, sorry, what we call it. Okay. When does the sequence converge? Well, perhaps you know it already. Right here. Let's see why. So error of this sequence also. Let's call it simply K that you minus X. That's the exact solution. Right? So I'll write this M inverse N X 1 plus M in, that's the K fitted minus X. X is M inverse. So X M inverse N X A times X, so M minus N X. So X is equal to M inverse X plus M. So therefore that implies, if you plug it in there, that the K error step M in N times error xk minus 1 x equal to M in N times the K error K. So that, of course, implies that in general, K, kth power, take the kth power all of your. So it converges to 0. It goes to if and only if, because it involves the powers of 10, spectral radius of m inverse 10. So convergence criterion, convergence is guaranteed if the iterative size above converge to a point. You as the property and vertical and matter in 10 has all its eigenvalues. As long as the difference we have convergence. And there's many ways to matrices, okay? Classical. Okay, some do mentioning Kobe, outsider, excessive orientation, metrics, excessive orientation, and especially when A, one of the positions, many of categorized. Okay, so let's try to do similar for the linear parity. Set up solution to the parity problem as a 6-point iteration, which actually converges, it converges to that point of gonna confine myself to this approach, although station, trying to myself went to cases with LCP. So let's try to do something similar. And I admit I had about pressed by the engineer of setting up a fixed point iteration LCP. Let me try to describe it. So we'll mimic it. Taking problems early traits, and we need to incorporate Asian W, but also the non-negativity of W. Incorporate all of them. Here's the idea. Let's define a function. You know, okay, so D is going to be a vector, and M is 6, 10. M is n. We'll define a function g of z that's equal to the entry-wise mean of the vector z, the vector q plus mz. Entry-wise comparison. Okay. So you choose the two vectors, some other. First, produce these two vectors, add them q plus mz, and you have them entry-wise. The minimum entry goes into okay. Then what happens that a vector z, the solution, the linear complementarity problem, and only if g of z 0. Okay, because that enforces two things. First of all, both the vectors z and q z and z are not greater or equal than 0. But it is also equal to 0, meaning that the vectors, if that means 0, the vector that z2 plus is complementary. So whenever one has a positive entry, or that's a kind of way of a solution to a linear problem. And now we can define a function for which this z, the zero of the function, a fixed point. So we'll define h of z is z minus. And therefore, just realize that this is the maximum of the entry-wise zero vector minus plus minus m times z. The exclamation is a little exactly of the. So therefore, z is a solution of LCP, and only h of z is equal to z. Z fixed point function. So we can define second iteration, which will merge the fixed as a function s h, therefore give us the solution and a linear implementation. So implementation, the idea, let's implement. So, okay, so I'm solving LCM. I'm going to use slightly different because of the different note. So fit matrix M, the sum of two. And then notice that's just a rearrangement, that Z is a solution M, can only Z solution. The problem, I'll use the superscript Z, where Q plus C. And so I just wrote C, and I incorporate terms into side of the. This is slightly strange because now we're looking for linear complementarity problem. Vector depends on S, such as exactly then. So we'll form an iteration. The idea, the iteration Z k plus 1. This is an iterate, parenthesis, power, solution the linear complementarity problem of us. So let's start. We can start with zero. So let's start. So we iterate, solve complementarity problem, then the next. All right. So and we'll have some stopping criteria. You'll stop if you achieve something. You want the error to be acceptable, very much like we define an error that's as with the difference. Or they're close enough, they're there you are. Okay, fine. So um, if right, because I mean we don't know this iteration A converges some vector R, of course, the previous and therefore the original, because all the sets is correct. So there's one requirement or one assumption that I made that in order to iteration, this linear complementarity problem has to have a solution. So obvious assumption to take is that D at the macro class problem has a solution. So of course we need something like, I'm not sure it's the only thing, like so matrices the matrix is, so then we can proceed. Okay, so there's another step here that will allow me to actually write down K plus first, K plus terms of so so that's based on what we discussed before. So all this setup of equivalent setup of complementarity problem, I was trying to so that's how I will actually K plus first. So let me write that down. So based the idea of patient, one can write the following that let's study, let's suppose for clarity, let's take the identity for C, the M. I'm making a very rudimentary fitting here so that I then based on the idea above, have that the K plus first that we're separation change 0 plus minus Q minus times so the minus psi minus M. So this that's the idea with this. That's exactly how I think. This is like solving a linear essentially, because we have to apply this later, essentially like solving mz equals minus. In other words, m is I plus. In other words, z plus z equal to or the iteratives. That's the iteration that we're filtering essentially. And we've seen the system case. That's why I did it rather than doing it setting. That in order for this to converge, the error term epsilon k equals k minus the actual solution, call it converge to 0. That can be expressed in terms of the so e the power k has to converge to the spectral minus spectral. So there is still an spectral requirement out of the stemming to that's the split. All right, so but there's a lot known about that, right? So all these classical and classical can be okay? Classical split. Okay, we did the equals I. That was just for illustrative purposes. But we can do okay. So I'll do equals D. What is this? I'll decompose. I'll write this down, but I will decompose the M. It's diagonal plus it's strictly lower triangle, strictly upper triangle, M, strictly lower, part of M, upper. So many of these are based composition of M. So I can take here I can therefore C L plus U. Okay? So this is the Jacobi type. So I'm assuming that it has positive diagonal entries. Plus me. made. So this is equivalent to the Jacobi equation. We can choose a cell that is equivalent to the Gauss field, or we can use the opportunity L plus omega inverse times. Right, so this is the lower triangular matrix, the multiple. So omega um, taken to be equal 0, 2, so that the correlation is called the SOR method, successive of it is known, in fact, how to maximally accelerate. So generally speaking, comparison, let's say, spectral radius of Jacobi less than or equal, so it's great, I mean, greater or equal than the greater than or equal to the several omega for certain classes, not in general. So there's comparison theorems for any of the that are known. Could show them are there's analysis. The main reference out of the and for these parametric, there is another variant SS. One can study for given classes of matrices what's the optimal choice for omega. I will leave the small vector essentially times. So write that down. So known comparison of rate of convergence methods by comparing spectral radii of B for various. One famous one, so-called Steinrock. So I have never actually felt I sometimes make results compare and see how that compares to systems done this with 30, but it seems that it's very attractive. Seems to be attractive large N. And it's also a methodology that depends on tolerance. How much are you willing for money to solve optimal strategy program? So it seems to me that this compared to the all right. So trying my best. So just a few words. Only because they're also iterative, but they involve, and I had never, they involve daily transport, something like spend a little future. So, so this is a special case. Avoid methods also patient special case M where Q not non-negative, right? And M the definite, symmetric positive definite. Okay, so based on um, the LC equivalent problem solving this equivalent fixed point x in n such that f of x is equal to x. Fixed point of where f of x plus times the absolute value of it, entry-wise absolute. Where little b, we define it backwards, I guess, minus plus m inverse. Of course, I plus m is convertible because the definite. B, here's the part to investigate closely. The Cayley transform of m. I'm not surprised because iterative method that will be such a convergent, I'm going to take the eigenvalues of m and try to find the unit case so that the spectral eigenvalues of relation may the unit. That's exactly what the Cayley transform achieves. The eigenvalues of a positive definite positive numbers. This one maps them circle. So, but I don't know exactly. That's what have an iterative, and that's of this type. I'm up special, not yet in special. So we set up now an an iterative type r plus one. Well, f xr our iteration, so it's plus capital B of iterate value, and it converges our fixed point theorem converges x star out that the write down what the solution found MCSLCP. So have a W that's plus Z, where the W found enters of W are found star, the Z vector based on X of. So, fine, this is a particular iterative method. Don't know exactly how the spectral radius can see here. It's that has the but that's that iteration makes but that iteration makes the Cayley transform. And okay, so the specific a particular complementary problem, but I'm wondering if generalizable. Generalizable. That's the question. Other M's. Sure, it works for positive definite, but one M matrix because we have a rich theory by now about Cayley. All right.
I, if we use this iterative scheme, are we always going to get the non-negative solutions? No, this is non-negative.
Yes. And look, they're designed like that. I don't know if there's a rigorous proof behind, but yeah, they are non-negative. Take the absolute value and subtract it. They are negative complement.
Michael, this Cayley transform, this matrix B, the spectral radius of B is less than 1 if A is an invertible M matrix. That is there.
Right. That's why I'm saying why is only them being positive. I think it's more general. Right? It can be applied perhaps all positive able. All them whose eigenvalues are in the right half.
But you need the spectral radius to be less than 1, right?
Of B.
Oh.
Not M. Because you see the iteration based on the.
Yeah. So that guarantee comes when M is positive definite, right?
Right.
And that guarantee is also there when M is an invertible M matrix. So for a positive stable matrix, we have such a guarantee?
I think so. I may remember it wrong, but I think the Cayley exactly right hand.
Okay.
Right? So if you map any number Cayley transfer, it will leave. So I think that's why I'm saying I have never seen, and I am starting. When I think about this, this is probably a good idea. Way they create, perhaps a good idea for linear, because we devise our Jacobian Gaussian work with certain matrix. We'll have vector 1 concocted this way. But maybe we don't really care to filter information the case for about the right cup to solve a much larger. That's what I'm saying. I know people give as original information of mistakes, metric, and I know Olga Toski sense of formal guidance, but I don't think for systems or for linear complementarity. That's what I'm proposing as an interesting perspective.
I think there's
All right.
someone else.
Hello, sir. Sir, what is the role of this Q is not greater than equals to 0? That
I don't know. Yeah, I don't. I see proof fired. So I am not exactly sure. I think it's just a technique that allows for function F to be well defined. But I have not examined. So that's a good question. Why? So I'm guessing into intuition here.
Oh, if
Yeah,
Q,
if Q is greater than equal to 0, then it always greater than 0, then it always has
zero system.
0 and Q and 0.
Right, I know. But why couldn't be incorporated? I mean, why does this break down? Maybe don't want to. Maybe there's not a unique.
There seems
So
to
it's a technicality. I mean, usually the cases are incorporated, but not in this instance.
there seems to be someone else.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe it is correct or not. So, a special case when Q is not non-positive or non-negative. So, when M is positive definite, then LCP has a unique solution for all Q. So, when it is non-negative, so zero solution is there. Then we are interested for other solutions when Q is not non-negative.
Yeah.
So, maybe the reason.
Yeah.
One final question. Michael?
Yes. If there's another question?
Yeah. See, there is the spectral radius of the iteration matrix is less than 1. This is guaranteed under certain set of sufficient conditions. For example, A is diagonally dominant. In the case of the algorithm that you presented using the splitting B plus C earlier, what is one such condition? I mean, do you have sufficient conditions that guarantee that the iteration matrix there converges in terms of the M that we started with?
So yeah, I don't think we have anything. Yeah. So, it's a little unfortunate, but I shouldn't, follow. So therefore, and when you by the end. But really here, iterations have B inverse.
Yeah.
So there's no other worry about except that spectral radius minus is less than 1.
Okay.
And then for whatever that happens, that's why we have all these regular theory. For M matrices, for example, they're very well. But in general, all you need to learn that the spectral radius of, in other words, the spectral. The same thing, you have diagonally dominant this H M matrix. Now, because they're also doing something else, they have a unique solution. That brings up another interesting work. All right, we have splittings of N matrices. I have had your so clearly something that would be okay. There's many classes of field we will lecture. What are ways?
Convergent splittings.
Convergence. All right. We can take a break, set up my next discussion with related. I'll leave it to the break.
After
Good to me. Right, I am ready to.
Okay, I think everyone is present.
All right. So probably awesome. Hope that problems can be a pretty hierarchy of that show up in. So I remember when we first introduced hierarchy, I mentioned fundamental problems. There are problems recognized, affecting, or not. Also, how do we characterize in terms of construct? Does one put together and make all of this? Sure, there's very many special classes, but they don't cover all classes. So two problems are all right. So for me, it's number 4. So every principal minor of the matrix is positive, all the matrix, and it doesn't have to be real. It can actually there are some obvious friction, right? Diagonal entries, for example, positive. Products of off diagonal every two have to be x. Tell us. So there's many. So what's going on? And of course, the basic examples that definitely totally make classic subclasses diagonal dominant, storing all the real eigenvalues, them and all the principals still make positive or any real values. Positive are P. Now another one that the proof of why this is correct. We mentioned discussing says if a matrix times and B and C are diagonal dominant positive, then there are complex combinations rows of aren't necessarily invertible because they are also that's equivalent. So factorization interesting. Factorization matrix in diagonal forces actually something. So it was conjectured for a long time years ago, Charlie Johnson, that all people that matrix are in the factorization of 2 times C. Through some painstakingly hard work, Walter Morris several are the exist matrices are not that kind of like figurated problem of character or other than so. I repeat that Fisher and Toski did patient has to study. And of course, we have the two computational problem, recognize or whether or not problem solution to an algorithm, and then provide a constructive characterization, generate ultimate. It will answer. And of course, the motivation or the applications that the solution. Now, there are some computational complexity both with the LCP and standalone problems. So the problem of finding whether a given matrix ONP, we don't know exactly, but it's showing that a matrix is not a P matrix. That's what Cohen. So it's a hard problem. Of course, if you prove anything good about it, in terms of the LCP,
Sir, can you please explain one more time what is C not NP complete?
ONP, yeah, I'm not going
Yes,
to go into computational complexity. NP non-deterministic, complete among the hardest. The prefix co that showing that a matrix, showing that it is. So it's inherently a very difficult matrix so that it's not a P matrix. In other words, to produce a certificate, namely a principal minor that's not positive, then becomes a problem. So, of course, the big computational complexity there solve that for hardest problem. But, but, but I don't know. Anyhow, think of showing or finding a matrix, of trying to determine or that matrix as very difficult. You can be lucky to find it and die random. In fact, there are probabilities, but find it in general one of the okay. Okay. In fact, there's another computational complexity problem that's unsolved. Solving the LC given to you. Efficient. So, in fact, prove that it's hard complexity, they say, complexity NP, so NP coincide, showing that is it's pretty esoteric unless you take a full course into. But there are LCP. All right. So let's see what is, in my opinion, the bias, the best test that to confirm that based on a theorem. Here's the theorem. It says matrix can only take alpha here to be a singleton. And if and only the diagonal entry, the trailing, so that's A of alpha, the trailing principles are made and the complement that end, all these are P-made. That's only the I'll send you just a careful logistical analysis of what happens to what are the compared to my trailing compared to the suit complement. Okay, so all of them are present. One by one matrix and the 2n minus 3n minus. So look, this one transforms the problem of some of a matrix being a P matrix into three problems. One about a one by one matrix, about n minus 1 by n minus, and it has a very natural recursive, because you can apply this. Forget about A of alpha, that's easy. Look at it. First of all, but you can apply this theorem to the other smaller matrices. Trailing matrix, the full complement, the smaller. So transform then the problem of the original problems out at 4 n minus by n minus. Does not stop there. Transforming, have a binary tree. 8 n minus 3 by n minus 3 problems, so on. The end result of this, that transform binary problem process into checking n minus n quantities, whether they're one by one quantity, whether they're positive. So that's the idea, the recursive test for a matrix. And really look like how easy because our programming environments allow solving. So here's the info. Take your one positive therapy. But if it is, compute the full complement and then call the same for the trailing Because when you all personally, at some point will either break or some diagonal entry, or it will contain all for so top six there. So here it is. I mean, that given matrix, and as you know, when I say very quick, or by five, yeah, you got almost a my computer and most of our labs start choking up, and we get closer to 30 by 30. Okay. That's the reason. The reason is that algorithm has proven actually algorithm um, is so it's not I don't yeah, I stated here. The complexity of its algorithm. So we're naming starting to get presence. That's the very quick use up the memory. The ops that's the ratio. By the way, there's another very important aspect of that it's very, very, very easy parallelizable. Because when you create a branch matrix color, send them off different processes. In fact, we have done this and uh, professor at the implement serious parallel will allow us, a way of 1,000 processors and check very large size. It's not as large as larger than. Okay, so that little app called PS. By the way, you can download. But it has a nice corollary. It has a theoretical implication. Here it is. Let's suppose you give a matrix which I call here n by n, the P matrix. I'll embed it larger matrix. There's a row X transpose I made a larger matrix. Turns out that now this matrix, the P matrix, according to the theorem, if and only if A is positive, the trailing submatrix and the super of A vector A by it's a rank 1 perturbation. So this gave me a constructed of a slightly larger, having a matrix, a constructed slightly larger also. Okay? Well, in some sense, this is a reversal of the idea presented constructing smaller one. So it's a way of constructing matrices. Right? So we essentially a one by one matrix, anything, but let's assume it's a small one. Let's make it one by one. I can border it vectors x, vectors minus y, such that the one A has been inflated by 2. As long as the guarantee choices of the x, y vector and the diagonal, the guarantee complement. But that's not hard. Theoretically, do it. How do you do it? We have a very heuristic selection process. Just tell you. Nevertheless, when we do that, this means that every matrix construct would start from, but also conversely, because of the theorem we just said, every P constructed, because take anything, just deconstruct, put it back together. That so this construction table very clear. Every P as with any by one P construct all, one and all. Now, how is this accomplished? Practice. The key is that you have to choose the vectors x or your on one entry of the U, so that this resulting to complement the P matrix. But don't forget that A sub k, the beginning, is already. So you can think of this environment as a rank 1 perturbation which is controllable. You can choose, for example, your A sub k large to make this to make K in the principal A sub k are already positive. I prepare them by a little bit so that positive. Over A sub and there are ways, we have very terms in work that tell you how to do it without creating. I don't want your outcome to be a diagonally dominant, for example, because you already know how to. You don't want your make um, positive definite because you already know how to construct positive K by K or any. You don't want them to be any of the special class, totally positive. Turns out with this availability there, the diagonal vectors, matrices that are in non-classic classes. In fact, it's not hard constructing unreal, which try to do and even if it's 3 by 3, sit down and say, I'm going to complex P matrix, complex non-real, try to find at the end positive, but not this algorithm. We've actually constructed several complex, arbitrary complex. And now, okay, so the truth of the diagonal entry and the off-diagonal vectors in our algorithms is arbitrary, random number generator. There was a question from as to whether the distribution makes a difference. So we tried several generators. So these are two examples, 4 by 4 and a 5 by 6, generated randomly from the algorithm being uniform from this. And then we use normally statistic difference in terms of how the eigenvalues or how the values of the numerals vary. It's perhaps there is something overlaps that. Now, I think it's good to have a little bit perspective on type of problems. Why is it just a mathematical curiosity? But the LC try to construct all. I didn't. Well, that's why I called it the fiber. Because we only be able to figure exactly. Started for me, all colleagues, very male, say, the testing station. We want some P matrices to test them because the algorithms are very much like the work only the matrices go up or random with other than the task. I gave him a bunch of like less known methods to construct I could think of about positive classes, but I couldn't give them anything that could generate totally random samples. So that's why I was always interested. I kind of thought hard about this problem. Like you realize that the test algorithm could be reversed. It resolves this curiosity of mine, but it also for the practical. I said, so the MATLAB code for that is available. But before I can go back, to the theorem. So, so let's revisit this. Start with a big matrix, IN, produce three smaller ones, one by one, and another amount. From them, we produce six smaller ones, by one, then minus two, and so on. At the very end, we have a bunch of one by one matrices, there are 2 to the n of them. They're the ones we need to positive. That tells us really whether the matrix. There's another use of the to the n numbers at the end. They're not random numbers, they've been generated by this gradual deconstruction of my original state. So I asked the question of whether these other values, not for matrices, in general, to apply this construction to any matrix. You don't need to be checking whether or not. Deconstruct that way. Break it down smaller and smaller. Then one by one matrix. But are these are they good? And it turns out that from these numbers can apply this construction process, yes, the bordering that the constructive algorithm would extract from these your original under some assumptions, some degenerate cases that this will be difficult. The answer is not unique. At the end, but a lot of practicing can reverse this up of the question I was put years ago. Came up solution to my to give me the principle of a matrix, all of them. Can I construct the answer most of the time, or all of the time? But except for some very cases, practical. In other words, if you give me the principal minors and they're all positive, I can construct a P matrix that has it as, or at least a P. So this required some coding, but my budget's not another. So the good thing about it, that codes are available. So take you where you can. First of all, you can website test calling to do that. I want to share. I try to share that here. Opening new open that get all right. So here it is. It'll be available to the public. There is the code. Things you can software matrix. All the print change the graphic. And conversely, and feed a vector n numbers, things compatible because have the user identity. Then it will track and make this as a so go to the MATLAB for first PM to math to PM. So this will fit the matrix, which principle to PM. PM to feed it the and will also we also have PM. So after you've computed array of principles, answer telling you. But if any of some point have need or interest, computing principal minus larger, this and doing the inverse of this problem, this software solves called the patient GitHub. So my friend and colleague, all right. So from sharing will for questions. So I will, and I've been saying this over and over, but very soon. I think very and tomorrow, I think after we have a kind of a list of open problems areas, after we do that, then all the notes.
What's the computational cost for construction strategy?
the construct, the cost, the computational cost. Yeah, it was exponential. That is so. So the steps are there is no the steps are produced both reconstruction and that's the only cost, right? So how long how much does it take to compute? That's all the cost, both directions. And that's well covered. Golub's made the small only no cost. But you have to exponential amount of times, right? First for 2 by 2, then for 3 by 3. So if you put it all together, it comes out to roughly about 8 times 10 cost. If you do it naive by checking principal minors, value decomposition, for example, or reduction, 10 to the 3 times. So the economization that these algorithms are about by a factor of n to the not great, no problem, but it's already pretty significant. So for a 25 by 20 algorithm, otherwise it would take 5 to the times. I don't think so.
In your program, MATLAB program, these are open.
Yeah. The GIG, the other one, test make the link that's called MATLAB D.
So another thing I have seen that here you have this MATLAB code for writing the minors.
Right.
Oh. So
there's two. Every mate. Other stuff, all on my I have everything else. There. It's here's my home page. This home page I have the MATLAB. Click on it. A P-test 3. That's what has all the script. They're very easy. No sophistication. Explains what. You can find all of them. But if you want nowadays, people don't. I think so. If you go to the And
This finding the minors,
uh-huh.
finding the principal minors. So determinant not been how it's been done.
It finds all of them, including the.
No, is the determinant command has been used from the MATLAB or
No,
okay.
not at all. I mean, good point. No. The only
True complement.
of
So,
course,
so
hidden in that a determinantal, terminal. But we never compute. We compute the determinant only of one by one matrix. The only determinant that it's equal to.
finding finding this complement kind of stable problem.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's of course depends, right? Suddenly have a degenerate matrix center for which you're extremely small, but the person who developed this software has taken care of that. In that sense, all the pivots are very small entries. First of all, you don't have to the one. Anyone. So, but if all of them are small, scales them, produce one round of error affected or by scales to avoid that, then these scales after the fact, because you're solving the P problem, you don't care about how big first of all. But if you're solving the does that very a well-developed ground theory justify. So they're all into
Just this. What about the? I mean, condition number has been taken here, or we,
yeah. Well, indirectly, we don't compute a condition. So okay, so what happened? Apply how the I did some very it proceeds, forces itself, but it measures what's the likelihood. Because you see, every time you contract, you can go back and check the construction has worked. You're not going blindly towards a solution something. Everything you are constructing from one step to the next. Say, okay, I constructed it. Does it really produce a matrix that has the but he has a clever way acting and taking, constructing and taking. So warnings. It doesn't stop, tries its hardest. With a vector of principal mind that's not a compound, never be better principle because the new we will try hardest till we will give the partial matrix that has as possible satisfaction. But then it will tell you, warn you, either because numerical instability, other. So it's all built in. all these actually remarkable footage up. But I'm not going to brag about it. It's about him. Ken Griffin, all of us, life was about 100,000. So he's the main developer of the library. So every one of us was a product. Patented work that he has done. So he's a very accomplished programmer. Remarkable that he comprehended all these things very quick, very impressive. I would have never been. And I directed what Tanner is. I wanted. There are degenerate cases. Well, every matrix that find something. Nevertheless, if you need constructive algorithm or the M2 algorithm, something that's random, likelihood that it could set of extremely small, some algebraic variety. Difficult. They said that's the whole problem, the whole difficulty. Suppose all the principles to be positive, but the principles are too many, they're interrelated. So there are hidden relations that affect their sign. Unfortunately, you cannot say that because the other ones are. You can construct matrices that have all but one principle. Hidden relations that we cover. That's why this is such a big problem.
So any questions?
The trick is to not be afraid or discouraged. I mentioned lots of open problems about being that I think are fair problems. Any progress will be appreciated, and progress is at some point by. All right, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think we can take a break of 10 minutes. Is that okay? We'll start at 10.
Yeah.
So talk will. So we will meet again at 10:15.
Yeah. By logging through the other system, please allow.
Okay.
Okay, so Mandipa, can you hear? Okay. I hope you can see what I've written on the board.
Jannavi, if you're there, can you stop sharing?
Yeah, so can you see what's being written on the board?
Not there.
Is it okay, Samir? The three letters that I've written. Can you see what?
Not properly said.
Mm-hmm.
A bit, little bit more focused.
You need to, right?
Yeah, that's. I did that one, but I already filled it.
Write one lines.
Pardon, Samir?
Sir, please write one lines.
Yeah, now I think.
Yeah. I think. And now, okay.
Okay.
I think distance is little bit.
More.
Yes, sir. I am facing problem.
Mhm. Samir, you- Okay, so let me arrange it. Okay. See how it goes.
Yes, yes.
A very pleasant good morning to respected invited speaker, faculty members, and dear participants over here. We are now ready to begin the next session. I cordially welcome you all to the 15th session of the GIAN course. This session will be conducted by Professor K.C. Sivakumar from IIT Madras. I take the privilege to introduce Professor K.C. Sivakumar, who is going to deliver a series of lectures on M matrices and LCP. He has great depth of teaching and research experience in this field and is currently working as a professor in the Department of Mathematics, IIT Madras. His research interests include infinite linear programming, generalized inverses of operators over Hilbert spaces, non-negative generalized inverses, generalization of matrix monotonicity, linear complementarity problems, generalized inverses of matrices over indefinite inner product spaces, etc. Professor Sivakumar has published more than 80 research papers in various reputed international journals, proceedings, and books. Over the years, he has collaborated with many mathematicians in his area of research. He is also recipient of many awards and grants, which includes PARC. In this course, he will deliver a series of lectures on LCP and matrix classes. Today, he will be delivering his lecture on M matrices and LCP1. Now, I would like to request Professor K.C. Sivakumar to begin this session. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so thanks for the kind introduction. Let me thank Dr. Manitika. As I mentioned in the inaugural, it has been a tough 2.5 years for her, going back and forth between holding the course online, in person. I think finally the course is there, and I'm sure you must be relieved. The topic that I'd like to talk on is LCP and M matrices. I'm looking at a problem of linear complementarity from the point of view of positivity classes. One of the underlying themes of this GIAN course. So I'll be, for example, not looking at algorithms, things like that, implementation issues, but I'll be more looking at the theoretical aspects. What I would also like to do is, during the lecture, trying to give as many proofs as possible, provided the proofs are accessible, in this kind of format, online format. So let's see how it goes. So what I'm doing first is to collect some preliminary results that will be useful for us in the. Okay, so let's start with the notion of monotone matrices. This class of matrices was introduced in Michael's lecture. So let me start with monotone matrices. Give a couple of results, collect a few more preliminaries, and then I think the latter part of the first lecture I will focus on the class of Q matrices. Q matrices in connection with the linear problem. And then in the second lecture, I will look at some results that are true for M matrices. Okay, so let's all matrices for me will be a real square. So let's start with recalling the definition of a monotone matrix. Let A belong to M and R. I'm just using the same notation that used in this for uniformity. So it's a real square matrix of order n. It's a square matrix. Then A is said to be monotone. A is said to be monotone if the A satisfies the following implication. If AX non-negative implies that X is not. So if X is a vector that has the property that all the coordinates of AX are non-negative, then X is already a non-negative vector. A matrix that satisfies this condition is called a monotone matrix. There are many instances where this matrices of this type arise. For example, one instance coming from the numerical solutions of differential equations. There are certain types of differential equations which, when you try and solve by using finite methods, for example, you will solve an implicit equation of the type A is equal to B, where the matrix property that its off-diagonal entries are non-positive and it is strictly diagonally. So it's a matrix whose off-diagonal entries are non-positive with the property that it's a strictly diagonally dominant matrix. So such matrices, in fact, are examples of invertible M matrices. So this is one instance. Such matrices are monotone. So this study, among others, was undertaken by Collatz in solving differential equations of certain types, and he called such matrices as matrices of inverse monotone type. He uses inverse monotone type matrices, but we call them monotone matrices. Just to be consistent with what Michael used it. So what Michael also proved that in his lecture, that if you have a square monotone matrix, then it must be non-singular. It must be non-singular. So the entries of the inverse are non-negative. Let me just write that. A is square and monotone. So A is monotone. This is not difficult to prove. If and only if A is invertible, so A inverse exists, and A inverse has the property that all its entries are non. That's a characterization. If you look at then let's look at the second part here. A inverse exists and A inverse is non-negative. Then one can do all it. So let me say that so if A is monotone, then I have this this condition coming automatically. So let's take B as A inverse B. B is the coordinates 1 bit. So look at B as A inverse E. Then what is A? It is the row sum of the matrix A inverse. But E is all coordinates 1 vector. So you're looking at terms of such a matrix. Remember that A inverse is non-negative, and you are summing non-negative numbers. The sum can be zero, but because A is invertible, it can't be. So each of the entries of B must be positive. So this is a positive vector. A inverse E is a positive vector. All entries are positive. And what you have shown is that if you look at AE is A, and E is outward vector that is positive. So A is a semi-positive vector, a semi-positive matrix. If A is monotone, then A is a semi-positive matrix. But remember the SP, A belongs to SP. But the converse is not true. You can have positive matrix which is not even in. So the converse is not true. So let's just keep this in the back of the mind. If A is monotone, then A is inverse non-negative. And so it is a semi-positive matrix, but the converse is not true. Okay. This is the case for a rectangular matrix. What about, I'm sorry, this is the case for a square matrix. For the rectangular case, let's now take A to be in M comma NR, right? That is, there are M rows and also possibly it's a rectangular matrix, possibly square M is equal to N. This definition can be carried over. There is no problem. Ax non-negative implies x non-negative. Again, A is monotone. In this case, what we have is the following. What we have is then A is monotone if and only if A has if and only if A has a non-negative. So that is the characterization. When A is a rectangular monotone matrix, A has a non-negative. What is the meaning of this? Meaning is that there exists Y non-negative. Y is N cross N. The order is reversed. There is Y non-negative that YA equal to identity of order N cross N. A has a non-negative inverse. Okay. Now, if you look at the first factorization, I'm going to ask you to take this as an exercise. If you look at the first part is the square case. So it's if I may say, just linear algebra with a little non-negativity coming in. What follows is that if A is monotone, then the homogeneous system Ax equal to 0 has the only solution. And since so A is, you can think it to operator. Since it is square, it's also subject to by the theorem. And then you can prove that it's not only invertible, the inverse has all entries non-negative. Now, if you look at the second result, so I call this as the first one. And this second result for the case, the converse part is easy. Because if A is a matrix which has a non-negative, then of course A must be injective, and that A is monotone. Ax non-negative, X non-negative. But if the necessity part doesn't seem to be straightforward. Necessity part doesn't seem to be straightforward. Matrices, rectangular matrices of monotone kind, studied by Mangasari. 1968, this paper appeared, where he used the duality theorem of linear programming to show the necessity part. There is another way of proving the using the Farkas lemma. One can use the Farkas lemma to prove the necessity part. But let's just remember as equal to the linear programming duality theory. So it appears as though you need something like theorem or a strong duality theorem to prove the part here. So I would say that this is a bit surprising. It's an elementary later result, but the proof seemed to involve the separating hyperplane theorem. Now, which is a result from real. All right. There have been several extensions of this monotonicity involving the generalized inverses. I'm not getting into it. Okay, so you can take this as an exercise, try and prove that a rectangular matrix is monotone if and only if it has a non-negative left inverse. Okay, this is one preliminary that I will discuss. Let's look at the other thing. The notion of M. There are several ways of defining an M matrix. In particular, there is one way of defining it through Z matrices. Z matrices or Z matrix. So, what is a Z matrix? So, let's recall this definition. A is called a Z matrix A is called a Z matrix if the off-diagonal entries of A are non-positive. Off-diagonal entries are non-positive. So you have something like Aij is less than or equal to 0 for all I and j with I not equal to j. And I always follow this notation, again, consistent with other lectures. The entries of A will be Aij, entries of B will be Bij. Off-diagonal entries are non-positive so if this condition is satisfied by a real matrix, then we say that such a matrix is a Z matrix. And as I mentioned, these matrices arise in many applications. Now, there is a equivalent reformulation of a Z matrix which will be very useful in that I'm going to prove. Why do you need reformulations reformulations of definitions? For example, to take the case of a P matrix, the original definition is that all the principal minors are positive. All the principal minors of a matrix A are positive, then you say that A is a P matrix. But there are equivalent definitions, one of them being the sign non-reversal property. What is having equivalent definitions? If you talk about, for example, on the space of symmetric matrices, or you take an infinite matrix, for example, then the option of computing the principal minors either exists or is extremely difficult. Asking for the principal minors to be positive, in such case, this sign non-reversal property condition comes in very. If you have an infinite or an operator on a separable nonlinear space, then one can talk about the sign non-reversal property, for instance. So equivalent formulations are important because you may have to, when you look at extensions, abstractions, you may require some formulation that's applicable. One of the equivalent formulations for a Z matrix is the following. That comes from observing that this entry Aij. So what is this entry Aij? It is an ith column. So it is the inner product of Aej with Ei. So Aej is the jth column of A, and you take the top product with which will give the entry Aij. So this is Aij. And observe that the vectors that I have here are Ej, Ei, the standard basis vector course. But by the way, I'm so much used to using superscripts for the vectors. It's something you may have to get used. The problem is that you have to on the board, and so I will use superscripts. Superscripts will denote different vectors. Subscripts will denote the coordinates. So this will be my convention. Okay. So this is the definition of Aij, and it is defined through the standard basis vectors. Now, a reformulation of a Z matrix is the following. So I'll again use this notation to signify that A is a Z matrix. Right? A belongs to Z. If and only if the following is x non-negative, y non-negative, inner product xy equal to 0. See, I read it as Aej transpose Ei, but this inner product notation is very convenient. So I keep this. Then just remember that it's the usual dot product on R. So x non-negative, y non-negative, x is orthogonal to y. This implies that ax comma y, the inner product of ax with y, that's non-positive. So this is precisely capturing the Z property of a matrix. We will make use of this also. Okay. Again, the proof is a little exercise for the students here. So this, in fact, if you look at it closely, you will see that you can on any inner product space. and you can keep you can have a definition of a Z matrix through this property over any inner product space. So that's the advantage of such a reformulation. Okay. So this is an exercise for you to show that these are equivalent in the case of the matrix, real matrix. All right. There is another problem I want. Most of it was discussed by Michael this morning. The concept of a fixed point iteration. How to use that idea to solve a system of equations A is equal to B. This is done of the coefficient. So I'm going to go through this aspect, and especially I'm only one method, which is the Jacobi method, which is also mentioned by Michael. So what is the Jacobi method? So this is my third concept. The fourth idea here. You have the system Ax equal to B. A is M and R. In order to solve the system, what one does is to look at splitting. Consider this. A equals M minus N, where M is equal to where M is invertible, then what one does is to look at M minus N, that is equal to B, and so you get Mx equals Nx plus B, and since M is invertible, equivalent to M inverse Nx plus M inverse B. Let us call this as Hx plus D, where H is the iteration matrix, M inverse N. Of course, D is the vector, M inverse B. So the system Ax equal to B has a solution if and only if the system X equal to Hx plus D has a solution, where we are assuming that the first term in the splitting, that is invertible. This gives rise to a fixed point scheme, which is xk, that is hxk minus 1 plus b, where you are given, so for k equal to 1, 2, 3 extra, given x naught. You are given x naught and you are doing this. You substitute to the right hand side, you compute x1, substitute in the right hand side, compute x2, etc. That generates a sequence. You ask a question as to when the sequence converges. There is a precise condition, necessary and sufficient condition is that the spectral radius of the iteration matrix H is less than 1. The sequence converges if and only if spectral radius of H is less than 1. So we call this as equation 1, then iterative scheme 1, then 1 is convergent. If and only if spectral radius of H is less than 1, spectral radius is the maximum moduli of the eigenvalues. So what one does is, what is Jacobi method? Jacobi method, also called as the method of simultaneous substitutions, as against a method of successive substitutions, which is the Gauss-Seidel method. What it does is to look at the following situation. In the case of Jacobi, you define M to be diagonal A11, A22, etc. So you pick the diagonal of the matrix A, assuming that the diagonal entries are non-zero. So that this condition, that M inverse exists, is critically satisfied. And so what you do is you look at A as m minus n, that is m into I minus m inverse n. So this is m into I minus h. This is the iteration matrix. What you then ask is, what is the condition that I can impose on? Yeah. So what is the recording method here? In this, and I'm just going to rewrite this and verify. But the coordinate-wise description of this iterator is xk I 1 by ai I into the right-hand side vector bi minus summation aij xj, where j is not equal to pi. And here I used the k minus 1 iteration. So on the right-hand side, I have the k minus 1 iteration for every coordinate. On the left-hand side, I have the kth iteration, and this is why it's called method of simultaneous, method of successive substitutions here, unlike the simultaneous substitution. So this is Jacobi method. This is where you find that or not. So what is the sufficient condition on the matrix A that guarantees that the spectral radius of H is less than 1? That is a little exercise. I'm giving that. If A is strictly diagonally dominant, A is strictly diagonally dominant, then what this means is that there are operators that are associated with the matrix. If A is strictly diagonally dominant, then what one has is that the maximum row sum, defines a norm called the infinite norm. That infinite norm is less than 1. And between the norm and the spectral radius, there is this relationship. Spectral radius is less than the norm, infinite norm. So it follows that if it is diagonally dominant, then the spectral radius of the iteration matrix, the H, is if A is diagonally dominant, then the spectral radius of H is less than 1. One needs to compute the infinite norm of the matrix H, which can be shown to be less than 1, coming from the function of strict diagonal dominance on the matrix. What follows is that there is also an additional thing here. This is a point. One can think of this as the contraction mapping principle, Banach's contraction mapping principle. Remember that there is a unique fixed point, which means that the system Ax equal to b has a unique solution, right? But what is the guarantee for the square system to have a unique solution? The coefficient matrix, right? Now, if you go back and see what is happening here, if spectral radius H is less than 1, then minus H is invertible, right? What is I minus H? That is I minus M plus A. So I minus H is invertible. M is already invertible, so it follows that A is invertible. So the moment of H is less than 1 guarantees, in fact, that A is also invertible, and so you kind of reconcile to the fact that the system A equal to B must have a unique solution. That solution is given by this iterator. So I will to deal with to make use of this result in. Okay, so let's now discuss a few matrix classes in the context of the linear complementarity problem. My focus is primarily on what are called as Q matrices. We have come across Q matrices in the discussion earlier. So what the context is linear complementarity problem. We also have the notion of Q matrices coming from some other part of math. For us, Q matrix comes from the LCP. So what is a Q matrix? So let's recall what linear complementarity is. So what is LCP? A comma Q. You are given A and Q. So what is LCP A comma Q? It is to determine if there exists a vector X non-negative such that let's call this as W, that is AX plus Q, that is non-negative, and the inner product of these two vectors is zero. That is a complementarity. I write that as using the dot product is zero, and for convenience, inner product notation. So this inner product condition, complementarity, not complementarity condition because if a coordinate, all these are non-negative vectors. And so what this means is that xi into wi equal to 0 for all x. Xi is the ith coordinate of x. And xi wi is equal to 0, both are non-negative. Also what this means is that if one coordinate is positive, if xi is positive, then wi must be 0. This is a complementary. And converse. To determine if there exists such a non-negative, or to show that there is no such state. That is the linear complementarity problem. So what is a Q matrix? Matrix A is called a Q matrix if LCP A comma Q has a solution for all Q in Rn. So this is asking for LCP A comma Q to have a solution in the continuum Rn. For every vector Q that is chosen in Rn, this must have a solution. And so it's a very, very general definition, and so very little is known about the class of Q matrices. For example, there is no characterization. There is no general characterization that's applicable for a Q matrix. There are for some special subclasses of matrices. But this is a very general definition, and it's a difficult problem to determine if a matrix is a Q matrix. Okay, so let's look at perhaps one or two examples. An example of a Q matrix, something that is not a Q. Let's say that example A. Matrix A is 1, 1, 1, 1. I'm claiming that this is a Q matrix. This is a Q matrix. Now, in general, it's difficult to prove. In general, it's difficult to prove that a matrix is a Q matrix, or even show that it is not a Q. How do we show that this is a Q matrix? I'll defer this answer, but to take it as a matter of faith, at this moment, the example of a matrix, a Q matrix, you will have this 1 minus 1 minus 1 1. This does not belong to Q. So in the first case, I must justify why this is a Q matrix, right? It's not enough to take some Q and prove that LCP A comma Q has a solution. I need a kind of theorem to justify why matrices that look like first one are Q matrices. Whereas in the second case, I can give an example of a Q for which LCP A comma Q does not have a solution. For the second one, or maybe as an exercise. We have the answer, but I will not tell you. Determine a Q. So find this is an exercise. Find a Q for which LCP A comma Q for the second example does not have a solution. For the first one, it comes under two categories of matrices which have the Q property. At least two categories of matrices. The first one comes from what is called the Karamadian theorem for the linear complementarity problem. The second one involves a sufficient condition for a non-negative matrix to be a Q matrix. So let me state both these. Then example one comes under both these. So what is harmonious? It states the following. So let me use this portion. Harmonious theorem is like Farkas lemma in a sense that it's not constructive. Had Harmonious theorem being constructive, we could have solved the Q problem. It's not. So what is Harmonious theorem? I think this was 1978, first one. He revisited this theorem and proved it differently. I think the first proof was based on fixed point argument. But in spite of which, it's not a constructive proof. So what did Karma prove? Suppose that LCP A comma Q has a unique solution. LCP A comma Q has a unique solution in two instances. He identified two instances as a unique solution when Q equals 0 and when Q is positive. For some Q positive. LCP A comma 0 is called the homogeneous complementarity problem. So remember, when Q is non-negative, 0 is always a solution. So that is nothing. You will have to verify that 0 is a solution. 0 is only a solution for the homogeneous problem and for the problem when for some choice of Q which is positive, all entries are positive. That's the positive vector here. Then it says that the conclusion is that the LCP A comma Q has a solution, no uniqueness. States that LCP A comma Q has a solution for all Q. Okay, now homogeneous problem, there is nothing, right? The Q is 0. But what is the choice of Q? What is the choice of positive Q for which this problem has a that is not constructive. So Karmanian's theorem, it can't be applied to verify that something is a Q matrix in many instances. I hope this is clear. So the problem of verifying over the continuum of Rn has been reduced to just two vectors. One is 0, of course, the other one is a positive vector. But we do not know for which positive vector. Now, if it's a Q matrix, even the converse is not true. In the converse, it's not true. You can have a matrix which doesn't satisfy Karmanian's theorem. But it's a sufficient condition. So what is a Q positive for which LCP comma Q has 0 as the only solution, right? So we don't know. This is just a theoretical result. But this is useful in many situations. For instance, in the example. So in this example, if you take let's just look at the homogeneous problem. Quickly show that the homogeneous problem has 0 as the solution. For the positive vector, to take the all coordinate one. But no sanctity of the matrix being 2, any general n cross n, all entries 1. It's E transpose, where E is the all coordinates 1 vector. All those matrices, this argument is the same. So let me quickly show that the homogeneous problem has 0 as the only. So I'm going to apply this application of this to this example. Right? So A is 1, 1, 1, 1. So what is the homogeneous problem? You are asking for X non-negative, AX non-negative, X transpose AX equal to 0. This time I'm using the transpose. this must imply that x equal to 0, right? 0 is a solution for the homogeneous problem. Homogeneous problem is just this. Ax plus q non-negative, q is 0. So you are asking for x transpose ax to be 0. Now straight away x transpose ax to be 0 is a quadratic form associated with this matrix, that is x1 square plus x2 square plus 2x1 x2. And that's x1 plus x2 whole square. Now that is 0 if and only x1 plus x2 is 0. Now impose, so x1 is minus x. Now impose the condition that x is non-negative. It immediately follows that x is. Okay, so this problem, this implies that x1 equals x2 equal to 0, since you also want x1, x2 non-negative. Okay, the elementary argument, this is clear. You will observe that a similar argument applies to the case when you take this little key 1, 1, both coordinates 1, entirely similar object. So by it follows that the first example is indeed an example of a Q matrix. Second one, of course, it's an exercise. Identify a Q for which LCP A, Q does not have a sign. Okay. For Q matrices, there are lots of, in spite of this being a very general class, there are still a number of results that are available. I told you one result that can be used, that is Karmanian theorem. There is another result that applies for non-negative cases. Just state that result. So Karmanian's theorem is one sufficient condition for a Q matrix. Another one applies to the following class. So that's the theorem. Let A be a non-negative matrix, all entries non-negative. Then A is a Q matrix, this one only is. All AII are positive. All the dimensions of A are positive. This is sufficient condition for a non-negative matrix to be a Q matrix. So a non-negative matrix is a Q matrix only if all the dimensions are positive. By the way, these are not easy results to prove. Just like Karmanian theorem, which uses some kind of separating theorem or a fixed point theorem or a duality theory, etc. This result is also not straightforward. But I must mention that this result is due to one KG. If I remember, with the University of Michigan. If Michael does project, I would like make a comment that a lot of Indian mathematics have contributed to LCP theory and algorithms. A lot of names like T. Parthasarathy, Ramesh Saigal, Chandrasekharan, Mohan Murthy, lots of Indian names coming here. This is another clarification. You can go back to that example. All entries one. It's a non-negative. Okay. So in particular, a matrix all of whose entries are positive must be a Q matrix. Okay. There are also some other results that identify Q matrices. But should I stop here, Manideepa? Outside.
Yeah, we can start with the next 10 minutes, 10 minutes or 15.
Yeah, anything is fine.
And maybe we start at 11:10.
Yeah, but are there any questions at this moment? Too early, perhaps.
So any questions?
Sir, if there are any subclass of Q, like can we say we cannot find any other class which properly contains that particular class and contained in Q? Like,
contained in Q.
yeah, like the problem which was told about the class of Q, it is generally a little tough because we cannot detect directly whether this matrix is Q or not.
Yeah.
So, like, if you want to work on a class of Q matrices, so how can we like start?
Okay, so one thing I'll be discussing in my next lecture is that you remember, as was introduced earlier, a P matrix, whereas the first example, this Q matrix already one is not a P matrix because it's not even invertible. But for matrices two notions coincide, there is a class of invertible.
Okay.
Yeah. If that satisfies your question.
Okay, thank you.
If and only if you are in the class of invertible matrices.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Madam, sir, you told about infinite matrix. How that system looks in infinite LCP.
Yeah. See, LCP has been studied for operators, different operators. Zhongxi Pang and some of his collaborators have done that.
Okay.
No, if you look at the definition of the determinant is not well defined. But there are some definitions, they are not equivalent. So what is how do you calculate that? So it's not there. So if you go to the definition of a P matrix, it is asking for all the principal minus to be positive. Such a definition cannot be applied to different matrix, for instance. So one would like to look at formulations which bypass this kind of a requirement. So that is what I was mentioning. One of the equivalent is the sign non-reversal property, right? Xi into AXI less than or equal to 0 for all I implies X equals 0. Sign non-reversal property, that is something that matters, whereas can't use the determinant definition. That's just the point that I was trying to make.
And one more, just in case the spectrum kind of things will helpful to understand infinite matrix kind of thing.
Pardon?
For considering the operator and the problems into the dependence interface, later on Hilbert space.
Yes.
The spectrum of an operator will play a vital role in this. But if I want to look at in
the Johnson has the problem posed over infinite spaces. It also something that I have done with Rajesh Kannan. We published something in the numerical function analysis optimization where we considered operators over Hilbert spaces.
Okay.
The operator was not what we could do. We could do an M. Yeah, but this semi-positivity, etc. So we have direction there. We have got some results there.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we'll meet after about 10 minutes, 11:15. Is that fine?
Yeah, I
Hello,
think
sir.
that.
Okay. Aman? Yeah.
Yes, sir. At the start of the lecture, you have mentioned the iterative method to solve AX equals to B system. Yeah, there we split A as M minus N.
Yeah.
M is an invertible matrix.
Yeah.
Then we calculate H to be M inverse N, and the whole thing turns out to be that if spectral radius of H is strictly less than 1, then there exists a unique solution.
Yeah.
So
that's very insufficient. Yeah.
So is it anyhow depends on the choice of M we make so that the spectral radius of H becomes strictly less than 1, or there is no dependency?
The dependence on M is there. Yeah.
Okay, so it depends. So this interplay also between choice of M and the A being strictly diagonal dominant.
No. If A is strictly diagonally dominant, then one choice of the other diagonal
Okay.
that's how many comes. Yeah. Different conditions satisfy different choices for M.
Okay. So even if A is not strictly diagonal dominant, we can get an M such
Yep.
that.
Yeah, if A is zero definite, for example,
Okay.
then we can choice actually. So the choice for M will depend on A.
Okay. Fine, sir.
Okay. Let me take a break. I'm ready. You are. Okay, fine. Okay, so that's right. Sufficient conditions that guarantee that certain matrices are Q. What about relationships with some of the other classes that we have encountered? So, what about P matrices? What about S matrices, for instance? What we know is that every P matrix is a Q matrix because of the fact that for a P matrix, the linear complementarity problem does not have only a solution; it has not just existence of solution. It's called global uniqueness property. So a P matrix is a Q matrix, but we have seen this example. All in one matrix is a Q matrix. It's not a P matrix. Because as I mentioned, it's not even invertible. So this question arises: what are those Q matrices that are also P? We'll see that the class of invertible elements, these two notions coincide. What about semi-positive? The matrix is semi-positive. Is it a Q matrix, or is a Q matrix a positive matrix? So we can ask that question, but you can follow. Let A be a Q matrix, then A is semi-positive. So how does the proof go? You have to exploit the fact that LCP A comma Q has a solution for all Q. So just take Q to be minus E for instance. Set Q equal to minus E, all ones vector. Then there exists X non-negative such that AX minus Q, W equal to AX minus Q is non-negative, not even using complementary. And so this tells us that AX plus Q, that is AX minus E, and so X non-negative and AX equal to AX is greater than or equal to E, that is strictly positive. Have a non-negative vector, which is a semi-positive vector. And so if it is a Q matrix semi-positive, what about the converse? The converse is not true. The converse is not true. I give you an example. For the question of converse, you take this matrix. Take this matrix. First column is 1, 1, second column is 0. Then this is a non-negative with the property that 1 is 0. So this can't be a matrix by this here. So this is not Q. But then you can take the all coordinates one vector. The row sum is positive. The row sum of this matrix is positive. So this is a semi-positive matrix. A is semi-positive. Okay. So again, what is the matrix class for which these two notions coincide? We'll answer this question. But there is something that's like a converse for this result, which is let me not write just state this result. It's also easy to prove, which is the following: if A is a semi-positive matrix, then it is not necessarily a Q matrix. However, so what is a Q matrix? For every Q, there exists a complementary solution. There exists vectors X and W, non-negative. Just look at the without the complementarity condition, then what is shown is that if A is a positive matrix, then A comma Q is a. So this is different from asking for the complementary status. So I'm going to leave as a little exercise for you. It's not difficult. If A is a semi-positive matrix, then it's not necessarily A is a Q matrix, but what can be shown is that for every Q, CP A comma Q is feasible, meaning for every Q in Rn, there exists an X. Given a Q in Rn, there exists an X non-negative such that A plus Q is non-negative. It need not satisfy the complementarity condition. So SP implies feasibility, not solubility. So there is a difference between solubility, feasibility, solubility. Existence of a feasible solution means just the inequalities. Solubility also means that it must satisfy, in addition, the complementarity. Okay, so let me leave this as again another. SP implies feasibility of the linear complementarity problem. So there are a few more. Of course, this must have been mentioned that if A is a positive definite, then it is Q. But that can be done a P matrix. If A is positive definite, you have P matrix property satisfying. P satisfies, P implies Q. So positive definiteness is stronger than asking for semi-positivity that guarantees Q property. So if A is positive definite, then A is semi-positive. We know, but it can also go a little further and go to even the Q property. So that's another sufficient condition for a matrix to be a Q matrix. Again, come back to the semi-positive matrix. You can construct little 2x2 examples without much effort to show that an S matrix is not a P matrix. Even this is fine, right? So this S matrix is not a P matrix. But we know that if it is a P matrix, then it's an S matrix. There is one intriguing result which also reflects the fact that two classes coincide for the class of invertible M. And I state that it's again not difficult to prove, but I am not going to discuss that here, which is the following. Suppose A is such that MA belongs to S. MA, what is MA? The comparison. So let me find that after I found the statement. If MA is a semi-positive matrix, then MA must be a P matrix. So what is MA? If MA is a semi-positive matrix, then MA is a P matrix. It is a comparison matrix of the matrix A. The diagonal entries of MA are the absolute values of the diagonal A. Yes? Yeah, what is it? MA is a comparison matrix. So what is MA? The entries are absolute Aij when I is equal to j. It is minus absolute Aij when I is not equal to j. So thus the comparison matrix was also defined by Michael. So how do you get the A is a real matrix? The comparison matrix, what are the diagonal entries? The diagonal entries of the comparison are the absolute values of the corresponding diagonal of the matrix A, whereas the off-diagonal entries of the comparison matrix are the negative of the absolute values of the off-diagonal of the matrix A. This is the comparison MA. There are different notations. I'm using this notation. So for one thing, a comparison matrix is always a Z. Off-diagonal entries are non-positive. The comparison matrix is a Z matrix by definition. So what this result says is that if such a SP, if such a Z matrix is a semi-positive matrix, then it's also a P matrix. This is actually a consequence of something that I will state for invertible M this a little maybe today or tomorrow. But so this is a class of matrices that belong to SP. The moment they belong to SP, they will automatically be in P. MA belongs to S implies that MA belongs. MA is a comparison, which by definition is a Z matrix. Okay. There are a few more little details that I want to state and go to the notion of an invertible M matrix. Okay. So let's do that. If you look at the we can ask the questions as to whether some of the operations that one does on matrices, whether the matrix class is closed under those operations. One of the operations is the principal pivot transform, right? So for the principal pivot transform, for the class of Q matrices, the PPT is again in Q. So again, I'm stating this as a theorem. If A belongs to Q, then all PPTs of A, okay, that means they are defined. So all PPTs of A also belong to Q. So all the principal pivot transforms of a Q matrix remain matrices. But remember that submatrix Q matrix need not be a Q matrix. So again, construct some little 2 by 2, 3 by 3 examples to show that a submatrix of a Q matrix need not be a Q matrix. We also have so the first one is a submatrix of a Q matrix. Need not be in Q. Need not belong to Q. The other property is that if A belongs to Q, it does not necessarily imply that A transpose is in Q. So I'm using this implication of that. It doesn't necessarily mean that it goes with respect to taking this operation of transposition. Principal pivot transform. So if you go back to this, there's something that I mentioned here. If you have a Q matrix, then all principal pivot transforms also belong to Q. In particular, if you take A to be an invertible matrix, if A is an invertible matrix and A belongs to Q, since the inverse is a particular principal pivot transform, it follows that the inverse is a Q matrix. Sometimes this is stated separately from the principal pivot transform. So A is non-single, and if A is a Q matrix, then A inverse is also a Q matrix. Now, without going to this result, you will just have to meddle with what is to be proved. You will get the proof. So, an invertible Q matrix property that the inverse is also a Q matrix. Okay. What we did was to ask the question applies to what are known as generalized inverses. Okay, so this question was investigated in one of our joint students' thesis. The question was there are nodes of generalized inverses or the more famous Moore-Penrose inverse. So if A is the Q matrix, then is it true that the Moore-Penrose inverse is a Q matrix? Is it true that the group inverse is a Q matrix? These are interesting theoretical results. The answer turns out to be no. So this it is close with respect to the inverse operation. One can't do a little more general than, especially when you consider the notions of the Moore-Penrose inverse and the group inverse. So I'm not sure if I go to the definition of the Moore-Penrose inverse, group inverse, but I will just make this as a passing comment. there are notions that are more general than the usual inverse. Typically, the Moore Penrose and Moore Penrose inverse exists for all matrices, square or rectangle. The group inverse notion applies only to square matrices. These are extensions of the notion of the usual inverse. One can ask the question if that's similar to the usual inverse. So if A is a non-singular Q matrix, A inverse is also a Q matrix. Is it true that if A is a Q matrix, then the Moore Penrose inverse is a Q matrix? If A is a Q matrix such that the group inverse exists, is the group inverse also a Q matrix? These questions have been answered negatively. And this has also appeared in linear multi for that paper. It's co-authored by Michael, myself, and Sushmita. Okay, I think, yeah.
What is the title of paper?
Title is, I think, Q dagger and Q hash. Two generalizations of the Q matrix. That's the title of it. We also addressed an interesting problem. If a matrix has already positive, then from this theorem, it follows that it's a Q matrix. Okay. We asked the question as to whether the converse is not true. But we looked at rank and showed that for rank 1 matrix, Q property holds if and only if the matrix is positive. For rank 1 matrix, Q property holds if and only if all the entries are positive. Okay, this was another result which was proved in that paper. So, I mean, rank 1 matrix may be very simple to define, but some of the questions regarding you simply don't know whether the answer is positive or negative. So these are little non-results which are quite interesting when you look at these matrix classes. So one general problem that one can consider is there are several classes in relation to the LCP. Are they closed under? If they are not closed under principal pivot transform, then but if they are closed under the principal pivot transform, then they are closed under taking inversion if the matrix is invertible. One can ask similar questions for other matrices. For example, for S, it's not true. But what are the conditions under which it is true? So this is a general problem that could be interesting. Whether it's close with respect to some of these operations. Okay, so let me go on to invert, but there is one little thing I would like to include apart from the class Q, a little more general than Q. A little more general than Q. These are called Q-naught matrices. I'll tell you why matrix classes are important. There is a passage of non-negativity of these matrices via the linear complementarity problem. So that will be a kind of a reason why I'm interested in these notions. Okay, underlying thing which connects the 3 or 4 lectures. So what is the class Q-naught? Matrix A is called a Q-naught matrix whenever let me write like this. It's called a Q-naught matrix if feasibility implies solvability. So it's almost like an informal definition that given here. If feasibility implies solvability, so what is the meaning of that? No, not if it is possible that for some vector Q, LCP A comma Q does not have a solution. But what this is demanding is that if there is a Q for which LCP A comma Q has a feasible solution, then it will also have a solution that satisfies the complementarity. So every Q matrix is the Q naught matrix. Every Q matrix is the Q naught matrix. Because for a Q matrix, not only feasibility, you also have a solvability, right? So every Q matrix is Q naught. Q is contained in Q naught. But there are examples of matrices that are Q naught, that are in Q naught, but not in Q. How do we identify that? So you again need some sufficient conditions. See, this is more general than Q naught. Contains Q. Q naught is more general than Q in this sense that it's a larger class. The larger class, so more difficult. But there are some classes for which Q naught follows, but not Q. So I come to that. Two non-negativity properties. What about an example? So by definition, Q is contained. What about an example of a Q naught matrix which is not a Q matrix? I'm going to state this result and use an example. You use the result to demonstrate that this example provides what we are asking for. Let's recall that I'm writing as these are all non-trivial. You know what a co-positive matrix? It was defined on the first day, I think. Co-positive matrix. So what is a co-positive matrix? A symmetric matrix is co-positive if the quadratic form X transpose AX is greater than or equal to 0 for all X non-negative. For all X non-negative. And asking for the matrix to be positive, semi-definite. The quadratic form is non-negative or non-negative. That is co-positivity. So what is strict co-positivity? X transpose AX is strictly positive for all X non-negative, provided X has at least one non-zero coordinate. So we have the following. Strict co-positivity. Strict co-positivity implies Q. The matrix is strictly co-positive, then it implies Q. Property B. Co-positivity. If it is strictly co-positive, then it is a Q matrix. What about co-positive matrix? In general, a co-positive matrix need not be a Q matrix. But if it is co-positive plus the following fact, which is LCP A comma 0 as a unique solution. Remember, this condition appeared in Karpathy's theorem. The homogeneous problem has only the homogeneous problem has always has 0 as a solution, but if the homogeneous problem has 0 as the only solution, and the matrix is co-positive, then the matrix is still Q. Plus Q. This second part that satisfies the second condition, they are also called as R naught matrix. So what this says is that co-positivity plus R naught implies Q. There is a statement that applies for Q naught, which is co-positive implies Q. Co-positivity implies Q naught. You can Okay, so these are results that are approved in Cotton Stone, that book. This is very similar to the following fact, which I mentioned earlier. If you have a positive definite matter, then it's a Q matter. A conforming statement for Q naught is if it is a positive semi-definite matter, then it's a Q naught matter. So an entirely analogous statement applies for co-positive matters. Strictly co-positive implies Q. Co-positive plus R naught implies Q. Co-positive as it is implies the Q naught, similar to positive semi-definite implying Q naught. So let's now look at one example. I've encountered this example before, which is the following matrix. You look at the A as 1 minus 1 minus 1. Then one can show that this is a co-positive matrix, and so it's a Q naught matrix. But we have encountered this matrix before. I have given this as an exercise. Identify a Q for which LCP A comma Q does not have a solution, and so this matrix does not belong to Q. Okay, so this is the matrix Q naught. Now, matrix Q naught has the following property, that there is a geometric characterization for matrices that belong to Q naught, which is the matrix A belongs to Q naught only if the set of all solutions of LCP A comma Q for any Q, that set is convex. I'm just going to state A belongs to Q naught if and only if the set of all solutions of LCP A comma Q. This set in general is not convex, but for Q naught matrices, it is convex and conversely. If it is convex, then the given matrix is Q naught. A belongs to Q naught if and only if LCP A comma Q, the solution set is convex for every Q, for every little Q. Okay, so I'm not writing it because probably it's a little overwhelming. So we have some matrices, right, from those that were defined earlier. Matrix SP we know, we know. We have identified 2 or 3, which is Q naught, and R naught. Okay, so let me now go to the notion of invertible M matrices and where they come into the LCP theory. What is the context in which invertible M matrices appear in the theory of complementarity problems? Okay, so what is then invertible? Let's recall the definition. It was given earlier. There are definitions. For an M matrix. What is a Z matrix to begin with? So this is how I'm going to define an M matrix. So A is called a Z matrix if the off-diagonal entries of A are non-positive. A Z matrix, there is no constraint on the diagonal entries. Off-diagonal entries are non-positive. Such a Z matrix can be written as A is in Z, then A can be written as SI minus B. A can be written as SI minus B for some non-negative. for some non-negative matrix B, and S is just some real number. We can always write it in a Z matrix has this representation. You impose further condition. If the number S, so B is a non-negative. If the number S and the matrix B are related, then you have this notion of an invertible M matrix. If S is strictly greater than the spectral radius of B, the number S is greater than the spectral radius of B, then the matrix A is called an M matrix. It's called an M matrix. So this M is to honor Minkowski. A is called an M matrix, right? So if you look at the closely, what follows is that let us say A is an M matrix. Say A is an M matrix. So I have this representation Si minus B. And S is spectral radius of B. The spectral radius of B is the maximum of the model. So in the worst, for an important D, spectral radius is 0. But S is strictly greater than this one can do. I'll take S outside and look at I minus B by S. This is the matrix A. Now, you are given this condition that the spectral radius of B is less than S. So, spectral radius of B by S is less than 1. And so, I minus B by S is invertible. Means that the matrix A is invertible. It is 1 by S. I minus B by S inverse. So this is like a binomial expansion, right? So you have something like 1 minus x to the minus 1 when modulus x is less than 1. So instead of the modulus, you have the spectral radius condition. So you will have this expansion 1 by S current series expansion k equal to 0 to infinity b by S to the k. So if A is an M by this definition, then A is even invertible, and the inverse has this representation. Not only that, if you observe this, it is nothing but 1 by S to identity plus B by S plus B square by S square. So this is the matrix. The infinite series are convergent. Spectral radius of B by S is less than 1. So if you look at B by S to limit as k tends to infinity, 0. The nth term of a convergent infinite series must go to 0. So look at what we have within the brackets. This identity that is non-negative. S is positive. B is a non-negative. So this matrix is non-negative. So an M matrix is invertible. The inverse is non-negative. We are calculating all these for the inverse. The inverse is non-negative. So this is one of the positivity aspects. For an M matrix, the inverse is non-negative. Inverse exists, and the inverse is non-negative. Just a word of caution. The book that is usually, there's like a book for non-negative, this particular M matrices is Berman-Clemens' book. In Berman-Clemens' book, they allow for S to be greater than, they allow for S to be equal to the spectral radius of B. So S can be, the definition S is greater than or equal to spectral radius of B. If S is strictly greater than spectral radius of B, then they call it an invertible M matrix. Otherwise, it's just an M matrix. So an M matrix includes the invertible as well as the singular case. If S is equal to the spectral radius of B, then one can show that the matrix is singular that comes from the here. If you have a non-negative vector, if you have a non-negative, then the spectral radius is an eigenvalue, and an eigenvector corresponding to the spectral radius can be taken to be non-negative. There is a non-negative eigenvector for a non-negative precisely corresponding to the spectral radius. So that's Perron Frobenius theorem. So if S is equal to spectral radius of B, then the matrix A is singular. The other possibility is spectral radius of B. In that case, we have shown just now that the matrix is invertible and the inverse is non-negative. So when you go to reference, you need to verify whether they always mean an invertible M or they also allow for the spectral radius, the number S to be equal to the spectral radius of B. So this is the consequence for an M. So what is it? What we have proved is that I use capital M to denote the M matrix defined in this manner. So what we have proved is that A element of M implies that A inverse exists and A inverse is non-negative. That is, A is monotone. A is monotone, right? If A is non-negative, implies X non-negative, then this condition. A inverse exists and A inverse has all its entries non-negative. A is monotone. So if A is an matrix and A is monotone, is the converse true? If A is an M matrix and A is monotone, is the converse true? The converse is not true. So what do I mean by that? You take a general matrix A which has the property that its inverse exists and non-negative, then it need not be an M matrix. That's what I mean. But among the class of Z matrices, these two are equal. Among the class of, so if A, then A is monotone, if and only if A is an M matrix. But if you, the class of monotone matrices, a bigger class than the class of M matrices. Okay, that's what I'm asking you to prove. Give an example of a monotone matrix. This is not an M matrix. You can construct easily 2 by 2 examples to show that converse is not true. For M matrices, there is a list of conditions. In Berman-Clemens, there are some 50 conditions, and later a few more conditions have been included. I think there are more than 60 conditions now for a Z matrix to be an M matrix. So what I'm going to do is write down a few statements, and these. So write down and then prove a few of them. Okay. Prove a few of them, and the idea is to give a flavor the kind of techniques that we use in this part of non-negative matrix theory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, you said like a class of M matrices for which by one is by Berman and Clemens. So, like, why the class of M matrices is so important? So there's so much literature. What is the connection between M and LCP?
M and LCP is this connection that I'm going to write down. An M matrix, a Z matrix. Okay, we have the word class now Z, and then we have an M. A Z matrix is an M matrix if and only if it's a P matrix. And so, an M matrix, if A is an M matrix, then the linear complementarity problem LCP A comma Q has a unique for all Q. Right? So, use this in the context of this thing that if you, so again, just like how I've given here, you can give an example of a P matrix which is not an M matrix. You can give an example of a P matrix which is not an M matrix. Okay. Simple 2 by 2. Again, another exercise. But in the class of Z matrix, the moment it is P, it is M. And converse. M if and only if P. M if and only if P. M if and only if, etc. M if and only if monotone. So that is the reason why I kept telling you this, that if there is some property that is true for ST or Q or monotone, it's a more general class. But if you restrict your attention to Z matrices, then all these things are equivalent. All these things are equivalent. So among the class of Z matrices, you have P property holding. If and only if SP property holding, if and only if Q property applies, if and only if monotonicity applies, etc. Is that clear? The more general relationship boils down to equivalence in the class of Z matrix. That is the reason why this matrix class is important. So I'm going to write down a few statements and prove a few statements from the preliminary I developed.
I think these M matrices are quite important in solving the linear system also, because the Jacobi, Gaussian, everything will converge if it is M matrix.
Yeah. There's a numerical analysis connection which I will give in the proof of the theorem. Yeah, so there's a numerical analysis connection, there is a positivity connection, etc. Okay, so let me just write down statements. Maybe we can discuss the proof and other aspects tomorrow. So I have another 5 minutes or so, right? Let me remove this part. So constant source for these things is Berman and Clemens. The precise details were given by Michael. Non-negative matters the mathematical science, published by Simon in 1990. Let A be a Z matrix. Then the following statements are equal. Statement A. A can be written as Si minus B. The Z matrix can be written as Si minus B. But further, we have for some B non-negative and S is to be greater than the spectral radius of B. So this is just asking for A to be an M. That's the first condition. What are the equivalent? Statement B is that A inverse, I proved it here. A inverse exists and A inverse is non-negative. So statement A implies, so this A implies B has been proved just now. But I'm saying that these are equivalent statements, one can also go the other way. Monotone matrix must be an M matrix if it is a Z matrix. Statement C. I'm just including it for the sake of completeness. Ax non-negative implies X non-negative. This is inverse non-negativity. This is monotonicity. A inverse exists and all the integers of A inverse being non-negative. This inverse non-negative. This condition C is monotonicity. Condition D. We are requiring a semi-positive matrix. There exists X positive such that Ax is positive. So this is semi-positivity, right? This is monotonicity. This is inverse non-negative. This is asking for the matrix to be an M matrix. M matrix property. Condition E, there are a lot of conditions. As I mentioned, there are more than 50 equivalent conditions. I'm just picking and choosing A few of those for which I'll give some proofs. The idea is to see the various places where MCSs arise. That's the idea. So condition E, I'll give to the LCP. LCP A comma Q has a unique solution for all Q. So this is Q property. I mean, in fact, P property, right? This is P property. There are also other conditions. Maybe I include one more condition here. Since Michael talked about the Cayley transforms, let me include one statement involving the Cayley transform. The notation that was used was F. F is I plus A inverse into I minus A. This is well defined. This is well defined. So what this means is that I plus A minus 1 is not an eigenvalue of the matrix A. So this is well defined. Not only that, I plus F inverse and I minus F are M matrices. I plus F inverse and I minus F are M matrices. So what is the statement? You take a Z matrix. It's an invertible. A is an invertible. A is an M matrix. If and only if the Cayley transform in the first place is well defined, and that the transform F satisfies these two conditions. I minus F is an M matrix. I plus F inverse is an M matrix. I plus F inverse is an M matrix. A matrix whose inverse is an M matrix is called an inverse M matrix. So A is an M matrix if and only if I minus F is an M matrix and I plus F is an inverse M matrix. Okay. Now there are also further assignments. There is one characterization that involves the Lyapunov transformation, which connects us to asking for asymptotic solvability of a system of differential equations whose coefficient matrix is given by them. So there are lots of conditions. So this also has a connection to what is called as stability of a continuous dynamical system. It's also the stability of a discrete dynamical system, which I will not have time to discuss, but it's there in Berman-Clement's book. The only thing is that it is slightly hidden. You'll have to go back to the references and then figure this out. So one can ask for a discrete dynamical system, a continuous dynamical system. The coefficient matrix is an M matrix, and what we know is that what is called as a stable system. That is, you start with any initial vector non-negative, then it converges to zero. That's the stability of a dynamical system governed by differential equations. I think I'll stop here. The proof of this and other aspects I'll discuss tomorrow. Is that okay?
Yes. Sir? Yeah. Is there any relation between Q0 and SP matrices?
Is there any relation between
Q0 and SP?
Q0 and SP?
Q matrices are SP.
About Q0, I don't. The only example of okay. See, there is okay. There are another problem here. Use another notation instead of SP, we can also ask P0 if you want. Just like going from P to P0, from Q to Q0, we can ask SP0. What is SP naught? A matrix A is said to be generalized semi-positive, if I may just use that terminology at this. A is generalized semi-positive if there exists a non-negative vector, whose image A is non-negative. Don't impose that all the coordinates of A are positive. So this is more general than these are called in the are called S naught matrix. SP is the standard notation. Yes. So corresponding to SP, you have Q corresponding to S naught. There is a Q naught property. Corresponding to S naught, there is a Q naught property. I don't know, but it is there. For example, the matrix 1 minus 1 minus 1 1 is an S naught matrix. It is not semi-positive. The matrix can never be semi-positive. But if you look at the all coordinates E, then A acting on that vector is 0. Such matrices are called central. A matrix A is said to be a central matrix if there exists X positive such that A is equal to 0. If the kernel of A contains a positive vector, then such a matrix is called a central. And central matrices have some nice properties. So there is a relationship between this and Q, but I don't remember exactly to state that result. I'll refrain. I'm doing so. I think Q naught implies it's not, but I'll not say anything like that. There is also this relationship between Q and Q naught, which is that Q naught intersection Q naught intersection is Q. Okay. If a is Q naught, if it is also semi-positive, then it has to be a Q matrix. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, so tomorrow the proof of this, I mean, not all the statements, just select a few statements and then probably go to H matrices, but it all depends how it goes.
In fact, this matrices are minimally semi. The T condition is semi-positive. Positive. Minimally semi.
Right. Yeah. Minimally semi-positive. Yes. There is a statement that a matrix, square matrix is positive if and only if it's invertible versus non-negative. So a square matrix is minimally semi-positive if and only if it is monotone. Yeah.
And
you will have that action also coming here. Yes.
the matrix, yeah, then of course, if we remove a column, then it will be with negative row.
Yes.
I'm just curious. I mean, because since yesterday I talked about first positive in terms of the cone. So is there some literature that where this matrix has been generalized in terms of the cones because it's non-negative? P is non-negative means it is lying on the non-negative ortho. It doesn't leave that one.
Yeah. There is a lot. There is a lot. See, the usual matrix case, even in Berman-Clement, he discusses general cones. He doesn't discuss M matrix for cones, but M matrix for cones have been discussed. There is also things that take you far away from the matrix case. For example, there is a Euclidean algebra setting, entire Euclidean Jordan algebra setting, where this can be done. Specifically, there are some nice results that were proved by PP and Song. these appeared in about 20 years ago. The paper in algebra applications and the paper in mathematical programming, where what they have done is generalize the notion of an invertible operator without calling it an operator to the case of linear operators over the space of either the symmetric matrices or the space of complex Hermitian matrices. So they have, so some very interesting characterizations are there, but there are lots of questions that one can ask. For example, one question will be, what is the Euclidean algebra setting of some of the results that we have given here? That's there is a lot that one can do, in spite of the fact that quite a bit is already there. There is still a lot. For example, I don't remember. I will have a single matrix case tomorrow, but if time permits, I can capture some of the aspects of singular M matrices. Now, this question of singular M matrices for Euclidean algebras is simply not investigated at all. So that's one huge question. Lots of results.
These M matrices, this has a huge literature, so this has the many generalization matrices. So is there those other generalizations that have any connection with the NCP? Or?
Yeah, one can pose an LCP in Euclidean Jordan algebra. One can pose an LCP, for example, on the space Sn because it's a Hilbert space. So, and it goes with the positive semi-definite cone, PSD cone. And so one can ask x1, x positive semi-definite, y positive semi-definite, y is equal to L plus q, where q is the estimated matrix. The inner product is given by the product. What is so these questions have been answered. Property, that is the thing which I wanted to mention even earlier. The P property you can't talk about it. So what they look at that generalizes sign non-reversal. Using the sign non-reversal property, they define P property, and then which look like what we have here. So the reasons are not real. Trying to give a proper definition. The moment the definitions come, some of the results are easy. So that's where the equivalent reformulations are important. Yeah, if you want, I can send the reference to you.
Yeah. Because we were thinking generalization.
Yes.
Thank you. So,
I just used a old-fashioned Institute of Technology presentation. I hope that was fine with you all.
Great. I mean, it looks like that still we are having offline course only, not online. Thank you. We will tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.